I'll bet you're wondering, you say, where is Raini? Well, she's not here yet, and she may not. Rainy it's become harder and harder for her to get here over on Sundays just because she got so much going on. So, and she likes to sleep in on Sunday. You know what I did yesterday? I slept in, which was the first time in forever I had done that. For the first time in forever. Tell I'm a parent if you know that song. So, yeah, I slept in yesterday, Saturday morning, until about, let's see. Well, I woke up in my traditional early hours and ended up going back to sleep a couple of times and got up at 10:30 in the morning. So I haven't done that forever. So, but hey, everybody, welcome to the show. I'm Scotty Roberts. It's Sunday. It's kind of the informal version of Intrepid Radio, which plays, at least according to the schedule, it plays Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 9 p.m. Central. And we did not make it Monday of this week, and we did not make of this last week or Friday. So, but we did have a show on Wednesday. So, good morning to everybody out there. I saw Allison. Good to see you. And Sandra and Cordia. And who else is in here? I saw more of you. Morgan Snow, Kenny LaFarve, Roger Rabbit. Good to see you all this morning so far. And we'll just see where this morning's show goes. Rainey's not here right now, Cordia. She's around somewhere. She might be watching. I don't know. But no, she is not awake, and I don't think she's awake yet, as far as I know. So we went out taking the youngest one out for BSA, Boy Scouts of America, her scouting troop. And yes, they are part of the Boy Scouts of America now. And so they went out selling popcorn. Well, she did yesterday. Selling popcorn and Christmas wreaths and things like that. And by the way, I think while I'm at it, I'm going to throw you all a link here in the chat room. If you're looking for some popcorn, yeah, it's a little more expensive popcorn, but you're not buying it for the popcorn. You're getting a bag of great popcorn in exchange for making a donation to the Boy Scouts. And there's also Christmas wreaths, which I think are a pretty good price. But let me get you a link here that you can use to go over to Ellery's page, and you can pick up popcorn types of products and wreaths for Christmas. Maybe I think you can get the wreaths online. Copying the link. There it is. Copy link address, and I'm going to paste it over here. If you want to get some good popcorn and donate to a good cause, by the way, 73%, 73 cents of every dollar goes to it all goes to the Boy Scouts of America, but 73 cents goes back into the local PACs and places like that. So there's a big amount that actually does go back into the individual scouts. I thought I had that copied right, and a big, huge link came out. Here we go. All right, there's the link. Click on that or copy it and paste it. It's got a ... after it. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means you can't get there. There it is. Can you copy that link? What's the ... Maybe that means you can't get to it like that. Let me go over there and copy it from their site. That's a bigger link. Let's try this. Copy. Okay, I'm going to try a second link. Here you go. And this is for all of you to go over and what this does, it helps Ellery go to camp. It helps with, I was going to say costumes, uniforms, and stuff like that. So there you go. That's the link, the longer one. So, hey, Pearl Jones, just waking up to spend some time with you, Scotty, and Chat Soul Tribe. My new apartment is awesome. Fantastic. That's good to hear. Delaney. Glad that things are looking up a little bit. That's good. So Field Guy is here somewhere. I just saw somebody say hi to him. I'm not spending $50 on popcorn, but I will pledge Elvis to buy some. Fantastic. You don't have to spend 50. You can spend 25 though, Field Guy. And yeah, you get a bag of popcorn that's roughly about this size for 25 bucks. Now, we tell people that sounds like a lot of money, and it is for popcorn. But what you're doing, you're getting good popcorn and the different flavors and stuff they have in exchange for putting some money into the Scouts. So there you go. And you can get a receipt and you can use it as a tax write-off. So there you go. So what's everybody up to today? I've got no real topic. Well, I got hundreds of topics off the top of my head, things that we could talk about. But what's on your guys' mind today? What's going on? If you know, the link is here. You could, if I could pay 6 monthly payments of $7 a month, why don't you just save it up? Save it up, $7 a month. Then come on back and get some popcorn. Field Guy. I think you can buy it year round. I don't know. But I personally, it's like I told Raini yesterday. I said, and I've said this a couple of years. It's like, I don't like it when kids have to go out and sell to do their thing with a group like the Boy Scouts of America. But the Boy Scouts of America also can't pay the way for everybody. So I do understand the need for these kids to do this sometimes. I sold stuff. I remember selling Christmas cards door to door when I was a kid. You can order your card and have it personalized. What else did we sell? We didn't do popcorn. We did candy bars. The big clunky candy bars and the white wrappers for like football or some other thing going on at school. So Steph says, oh, no, it wasn't Steph. It was Field Guy. I volunteer Steph to buy some. There you go. That's good of you, Field Guy. You're a good man volunteering everybody to buy popcorn. I had to sell cheese and sausage for band back in middle school. Yep, band. There's another one that did that. I hated selling crap too, Field Guy. It wasn't my thing. I mean, I could do it, but it was kind of fun watching Ellery yesterday. Raini wrote her a little script of what to say, and Ellery's outgoing. She doesn't have any problem talking to people, but she wants to get it right, so she's got it written down, and it's on the back of her folder. She goes up to the door, and people answer, "Hi," and she goes, "My name is Ellery. I am here with popcorn and wreaths that you can buy to help me go to camp for, and so on and so on and so on." And she did the same thing every door. 50 doors later, "Hi, my name is Ellery." So I looked at Raini at one point and I said, "In my own words." So I'm sure she could have done it without it, but she did a great job. You can go over to my Facebook page and scroll one or two items down, and you'll see Ellery walking up to a door doing her pre-sales prep. She was jumping up and down on the steps. It was very interesting. So let's see. $15. What a deal, says Field Guy. 15 for what? Oh, let's see. Steph, I got suckered in the other day for a 10-ounce bag of caramel corn from the Boy Scouts. It was $15. Yep, that's what that stuff costs. Now, it's gone up a couple of years ago when I was selling. I remember the bags of popcorn being $20, and they seemed bigger. So it's the economy. Everybody, don't be mad at the Boy Scouts. Be mad at whoever made our economy do what it's doing right now. That it's now $25 for a smaller bag. There you go. Elvis, good to see you this morning. Glad you're with us. Randall Flagg, good to see you, brother. So, again, what's on people's minds today? So, look at that. That's kind of cool. Look at the light shining through. There's a bottle of scotch up there. And the light shining through and making that neat pattern up there. That's kind of fun. Just noticed that in my monitor. So, Bidenomics BS. There it is, Delaney. Pearl Jones. So, yeah, that's exactly what's going on. So it's even more expensive for kids to do stuff with scouting. You could spend a lot of money every year doing all the scout stuff. So there's stairs on the right. There's stairs on the left. He turns around and walks into the wall. There you go, field guy. So you guys talking football? Field guy delusional today. Thinks his team will beat the Pats. So, those of you who don't know, this is what Sunday morning is. Sometimes we'll stumble by accident onto a good topic and it'll go and go and go. Other times, Sunday is just coffee chat. So, informal. I don't have to study for it. I just turn on the mic and we go. And so, if anybody's got anything you want to talk about, you can call in. We can talk about it. Raini and I went out with some good old friends on Friday evening. That's why we didn't do a show Friday. I said we found a time where we could all get together after trying for a couple of years. You know how that can go sometimes. We got to get together. Let's try to do it this date. Let's try to do it that date. And then it drags out and you try that again and it doesn't fit. And this was a good old friend of mine from the festival and his wife. And I've talked about him before. You've heard me talk about my friend Carr, who was wrongfully accused and exonerated and found innocent in trial. Or not found innocent, found not guilty, maintaining his innocence. Because there was no evidence against him. And it was not something he did. We all know it. Anybody who knows anything about people knows that he didn't do it. But without getting into it, that was my friend. We hadn't gotten together for a while. And I think he and I got together for a scotch a couple of years ago. Said, we have got to get together. Morgan Snow, what do I think about what's going on in Israel right now? I think about what's going on in Israel right now is something that's been going on for millennia in Israel. And what do I think about it? I think it wouldn't be happening if we'd have had the right leader in place in this country. Because I think that I know the former president was already working on something over in the Middle East. And I think that he would have continued to do that. I think Hamas are a terrorist group. They attack men, women, and children. They're indiscriminate with their killing. Whereas they'll say, and people will try to criticize and say Israel throws bombs over into Palestine. Well, yeah, but they also give warning. They target facilities. And the only time women and children are ever hit are when Hamas tries to use men, women, or women and children as shields to not have their facilities blown up. So Tara was in Israel during Trump's reign, and it was a completely peaceful period. I was so grateful. Yeah, it was. I heard a lot of that. I just had a friend who just came back from Israel like a week ago, and she didn't speak of anything bad going on at that time. So I think it's a bit isolated, but I also know that Palestine has always been at war with Israel, and part of their charter, Hamas's charter, is the elimination of the state of Israel and Jews worldwide. Rocky Stucci, John Ward, and I covered this on what do we call ourselves? What was our show? Not the oh, good grief, the Situation Room. When we had that show going, it's been almost six years or more since we did the Situation Room. So that is actually in the charter of Hamas, is the destruction, the annihilation of Israel and Jews worldwide. So does that make them, there was talk about them coming into the UN. UN's worthless anyway. But how do you work with a country or an entity that has in its charter the annihilation of people just because of their religion or their race? Or don't. Thou shalt not bomb, says Field Guy. That's right. There was something, I don't even remember the dates on this anymore or the numbers. I'm going to make up some numbers that sound close. There was something like over in 1 year, and this was back when Rocky and John and I were doing radio, so this is 6 years ago at least. In 1 year, I think Hamas had targeted over 9,000 missiles into Israel. And Israel, quite a few less, but Israel targeted more, and they warned ahead of time. We're going to bomb, get your women and children out of here. We're bombing this facility. And you have 24 hours, get your women and children out of there. So, and they wouldn't do it. They would leave their women and children in there, knowing they'd be killed, so they could claim that Israel was killing their women and children. What organization allows its women and children to be killed in order to make their point with the world? That's Hamas. Morgan Snow asks, just wondering if this is going to spill over into other countries of the West. It might. It might. Keep in mind, Biden keeps saying we're supporting Ukraine because they're our ally. Well, Israel has been our ally too for much longer than the Ukraine has. So Israel is our ally. What are we going to do? We're going to help Israel? We're going to send billions of dollars to Israel to keep a terrorist group from trying to wipe them out? Now, Israel's a pretty sophisticated country. They've got a pretty sophisticated missile defense system and a pretty sophisticated military. So it'll be interesting to see how that all goes. What is going on in Israel this morning? I used to be subscribed to Israel Times or something like that. Well, Biden has condemned appalling assault by Hamas on Israel. Thank you, Joe Biden. Israel's at war with Hamas after unprecedented attacks. There's an article that's up as of 10:17 this morning. That would be Eastern time, so about an hour ago. Israel will do anything to get hostages back from Gaza, military official tells CNN. Now, here's what this article said. Israel will, quote unquote, do anything to free and return hostages that have been taken into Gaza. Israel Defense Forces spokesperson Major Doron Spielman told CNN on Sunday. And by the way, I saw some films of them taking captives. A woman pulled out of her car and taken captive. They're bringing those captives over into Hamas-controlled territory for the purpose of keeping Israel from bombing them and trying to get what they want. We have men, women, children, and grandmothers sitting in Gaza in some basement, Spielman said during an interview in Sderot, Israel. What I can tell you is that we're not going to stop until we exhaust every means possible of getting them back. We will not leave any person behind, and we will do anything to make that happen. Spielman said Israeli forces are trying to eliminate the Hamas infrastructure as effectively as possible. And the spokesperson said Hamas is trying to infiltrate 7 different areas in Israel, and that the IDF has air command over most of them, the Israeli Defense Force, but is trying to firm up its defenses. Spielman was unequivocal in describing the severity of Hamas's incursion. This is the most devastating attack in the history of the State of Israel over the last 75 years since the state was created, he said. So there you go. Poland is sending military planes to evacuate citizens from Israel. Poland will send Air Force transport planes to evacuate its citizens from Israel. President Andrzej Duda, I'm the leader of Poland, Duda, noted in a post on social media. And soldiers from our special forces will ensure loading protection and safety on board. We're working so that all our compatriots can return home safely, Duda said. I think they may have taken a note or two watching how Biden evacuated our people from Afghanistan and said, here's what we do and do not do. Music festival organizers help Israel authorities search for missing attendees after a brutal attack. So this is what Hamas does. They bomb a music festival that was attacked by Gaza militants. The music festival is helping Israel's security forces find the missing attendees. We send strength and share the sorrow of the missing and the murdered, Nova Festival said in a statement published to social media. We're doing the best we can to help the security forces, maintaining constant contact with them, and are positioned in the area, taking part in searches in order to locate the missing. And organizers are asking for anyone with information on missing persons from the festival to pass it along to relevant officials. And we're hoping and we pray that good news will reach you and us soon, the statement continued. At these moments, it's important we stay strong and unified, faithful, and support each other, and we will be there for anyone who needs it. And for some background, the Outdoor Nova Festival event in a rural farmland area near Gaza, Israel border was supposed to be an all-night dance party celebrating the Jewish holiday Sukkot. But as dawn broke, attendees began hearing sirens and rockets, and Palestinian militants raided the festival, gunning down innocent people as they ran for their cars, and others were taken hostage. What do you think of that? What's that make you think of Hamas? Oh, their cause is wonderful, and it's great. We stand behind Hamas and the Palestinians because they deserve our support, right? Tara says, to be fair, I was with Palestinian Christians, so I was able to experience the other side of the story. It's a very complicated and terribly sad, the stuff I saw. I believe you, Tara. There are two sides to points of view in their issues with each other. I get that. But those officially representing you in a military fashion should not be killing civilians. That's the problem with Hamas. Citizens of Palestine, they might have some great causes and want to see peace. They want to see peace. They don't want to see war. You're right, Matthew Sainsbury. It is heartbreaking. Let's see what else is going on there. The Israeli cabinet, 1 hour ago, it says the Israeli cabinet formally declares war against Hamas. Good morning. And the Israeli government formally declared war on Hamas on Sunday, setting the stage for a massive response against the Islamist militant group.
Did you eat the sweet tarts?
No. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu already said Saturday the country was at war. But that declaration was rhetorical. And Sunday's move by Israel's cabinet is an official decision, tantamount to a declaration of war by Congress in the United States. That same type of thing. And the war declaration was taken in account with Article 40 of Israel's Basic Law. The Israel Government Press Office said Israel does not have a written constitution, but its 13 basic laws, basic with a capital B, BL, their basic laws, serve a similar function. Netanyahu said before Sunday's declaration that Israel would take mighty vengeance for the attack by Palestinian militants, while the country's top military official in charge of activities in the Palestinian territories said after the attacks that Hamas has opened the gates of hell. Israel's been pounding Gaza with airstrikes, which have killed more than 300 people. So, what's going on with Israel's retaliation right now? Are they indiscriminately launching missiles, or have they said, because of what you've done, we're going to bomb the hell out of Palestine? This is what Palestine has brought on itself. Now, what's Palestine going to do? They're going to try to get the other Islamic countries involved. This is where other administrations have tried to prevent countries like Iran and Iraq from having the bomb. But Biden's opened up the door for that. So wonder when Taiwan gets taken. Exactly. This will keep going on around us. You know why? Because right now, under this current administration, the United States in the world is seen as weak. We are no longer a superpower. Folks, be prepared in this country for learning that we are no longer strong enough to be considered a superpower. We're certainly not a superpower when it comes to the economy. And all I can say, I won't tell you who to vote for, but with elections coming up, consider how we got where we are, what mindset politically has gotten us where we are, and how we need to strengthen that and do better than last time. Yes, a president and his administration can severely and deeply affect our standing in the world. And we're watching that happen before our eyes. What did Steph say? Around World War III and World War III, says Steph. Morgan says, wonder when Taiwan gets taken. That's coming. Yeah, that's China. And China and Russia, who is trying to take back Ukraine, they are now allied, if you didn't know that. How long till we see a terrorist attack on our soil? It's a good question. We've been letting millions of people into our border. What do I keep hearing from the people that are actually reporting what's going on at the border? They'll see 200,000 people coming through the gates in 1 month. The vast majority of them single males with no children with them. You think it's a conspiracy story to say there are countries that are sending in people so they have forces within the United States for that appropriate time? You think that's not happening? If you think that's not happening, you've never paid attention to history. This is our border is their Trojan horse. Make no mistake about it. Matthew Sainsbury says it's a serious crisis in the Middle East. And I can tell with the strategic attack by Hamas in Gaza. I can see it was planned against Israel in a cruel and decisive way. Yeah. Well, Hamas's charter is the annihilation of Jews in Israel and worldwide. Steph says, I trust no one. Yeah. And we hate to be so serious. We'll listen to a show like this where I know nothing. I don't know the tip of the iceberg. I'm just making mention of this, saying this is what's going on. I'm reading a couple of lines from news stories. This is going on. This has been going on. Why do you think there is such a stand about the border, our southern border? It's because of who can get in at our southern border and who has already gotten in. And those hundreds of thousands, well, millions of people that have come in since the beginning of the Biden administration, since they threw the gates wide open. How many people in almost 3 years now do you think have come into this country through those borders? And as you all know, if you watched the news at all in the last few days, what's the Biden administration doing now? They're building the wall. They don't call it Trump's wall, but they've got all the materials that were set up there by Trump. They started selling off those materials now because of the hue and cry, and they're saying you are not doing your job. That is the job. One of the main jobs of the executive branch, the presidency, is to secure our borders. Hasn't been done. It's going to be a big issue. You can tell there's an election that's coming up next year because now they're going to build the wall. Do you think they're going to say we're going to finish Trump's wall? No. But you know what they're saying? They're using, we're bound by law to do this. Well, if you're bound by law, why did it take almost 3 years into your administration to do it when it was already underway and you halted it? Good question, huh? Yeah. Steph, I'm right there with you. Folks, you have to read what she said. So they're building the wall now. Now, you know what Biden did in his first 30 to 90 days in office? Signed over, what was it, 100 or more executive orders. I'm going from memory. Most of which was to dismantle anything that Trump did. His whole purpose of his administration was to try to erase Trump from his effect on the executive office and the country. So if they're doing that, why do you think all the other talk about Trump? Yet there hasn't been a day he has not been on their lips and in their minds. He's taken up residence there. Steph says, I feel that if you really wanted to be a trusted U.S. citizen, you would want to be vetted and prove that you'll do no harm to the U.S. And those who want to be good citizens here are willing to do that. So, yeah, a lot in the world seems to be escalating, Matthew Sainsbury. You're right. And those of us who don't take it seriously and don't look at it and say, this is going to affect us here in our backyards, are not looking, or you're burying your head in the sand. But I can tell you what, it's going to take a good leader in this country to get us out of this mess. Otherwise, I can bet you the United States is going to turn into a third world country under the current leadership. But I don't know what they think they're going to be doing to prevent this, because already they're having to go back to Trump's policies. They just don't want to call it that. Watch, what's her name? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I can't think of her name. The White House press secretary. Karine Jean-Pierre or whatever. I can't even think of her name right now. Just watch her. Go onto YouTube and watch some of her answering her press meetings with the press, and watch the way she scrambles around questions, Though how many questions she does not answer? I pay attention. Do you pay attention to that? How many times when she's cornered, she lashes out rather than answer the question? But loves the questions that come out. The thing is, though, now the press, even the press that has given Biden a free ride for so many years, even they are starting to question what the White House is doing. And the White House is starting to notice, why do you think they're now rebuilding the wall down there? Morgan Snow says, vetted, fingerprinted, photographed, and had to sign a paper I would not use the welfare system for 5 years after entry. There you go. Now, I believe it's okay to give people a hand up that need it. I get that part. But that's the vetting process. And if you're coming here for asylum, you got nothing but the clothes on your back. But you know what has happened? All these people coming over are claiming asylum because they've been taught the keywords to use. And they have to appear before a judge, which there's a 4.5-year wait list for that. So what do you do with those people? You can't send them back. So, as you can see, this will make perfect sense when I say I'm not against immigration. Nobody I know is against immigration. Right now, I'm for locking down our borders. Lock them down until we get this shit fixed. I've always been pro-immigration. If you want to come here and be part of this country and make good here, welcome with open arms. But that does not mean we have an open border with the gates flung wide open. And you get 5,000 people in a day coming over that border and filtering into the United States. Yeah, do it legally. Steph, I agree. So he's doing the wall because he realizes it's a slam dunk article of impeachment. Yes, it is. It is. So right now they're going through impeachment hearings. And by the way, let me say on that, the whole McCarthy issue, the Republicans removing McCarthy as Speaker of the House, stupid. I used to like Matt Gaetz. I don't like him. He's too pontificating, and he's too zealous about this stance against, and a lot of it was personal between he and McCarthy. He wanted McCarthy out. Well, he got him out. That doesn't mean Washington is in chaos. Doesn't even mean the Republican Party is in chaos. Do you know what's chaos? When you go outside the legal boundaries of what is allowed to do. Removing a Speaker of the House is allowed constitutionally. It's allowed. It's been written in. You can do this. That's not chaos. What might be chaos is the two sides, the two factions trying to come together. A little chaos there. But you know what? This is prescribed. And you know what? The news isn't going to tell people that. Especially the news that supports or is anti-right or anti-conservative. They're not going to tell the public that. The public needs to know what's happened in Washington with the removal of the Speaker of the House, if they even know that much, is prescribed for in the Constitution. It's not chaos. It's what happens when there are differing mindsets. And the founders, the crafters of the Constitution, made sure that was provided for. Those differences of opinion, those removals of people, installations of people. There you go. It's like Gavin Newsom in California. Different issue, but who does he appoint to take over after Senator Feinstein's death? A qualified person for Senate? No. His criteria: she had to be black, she had to be a woman, and if you can define that, she had to be female, and she had to be LGBTQ. Those were his criteria. And so he chose a woman who wasn't a resident of California and appointed her. Meanwhile, there are other people in California wholly qualified to be in the Senate. This woman had never served in politics before. He put her in because of what she was, what she represented. They didn't use faith, but they used sexual orientation. And these were the criteria: race, gender, sexual orientation. And we wonder why our Congress is fucked up. So maybe she'll rise to the occasion, but do a good job. Who knows? Anyone else think that Gavin Newsom looks like Christian Bale from American Psycho? Because every time I see him as the murderer from American Psycho. I don't see that, I guess. Doing that crazy dance. And talking to himself and the women he murdered, says Steph. So, no, I don't see him as that. I actually, I look at Gavin Newsom, and he's got all the things that people want to look for. Good-looking dude, articulate. I hear the people on the right make fun of Governor Hair Gel or something like that. And I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that. That's as bad as calling somebody the orange man in office about Trump. I don't use those kinds of insults. Those don't work for me on either side. It's like, just drop that. Just give us the facts. So anyway. George Abril says, trust in the government. He says, I work to the government. I don't even trust the government. You don't have to trust the government to be a good American. You just have to love your country. I agree, George. Spot on. I don't trust my government. I actually, I mentioned this guy before, but 30 years ago when I lived in Detroit, was working in Detroit, and there was a conservative talk show host. He would end his show every day. And everybody, thanks for listening today. And he'd say, and remember, he says, I love my country, but I fear my government. And that's right. Doesn't mean, I'm afraid of my government. He meant, I fear what my government can do if I give it the power to do so. So, Lucky Stone, good to see you. 100% attack the policies, not the person. Agreed. I'm right with you there. Attack the policies, not the person. Because the person can change their policies. So, I know, Steph, you said, he looks like him. I can see the comparison. I wouldn't come out and say, I think Gavin Newsom looks like Batman. Christian Bale. But anyway. Oh, hey, we got Michael sitting in the wings here. Let's bring him in. What do you got to say, Michael?
I just caught you this morning getting ready to take his dog to puppy school. Today he graduates.
Well, outstanding.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Small victories, you know what I'm saying? Small victories.
Yes, small steps.
Yeah, like I said, with everything I got going on personally right now, it seems like you never get a break. You know what I'm saying? The other night, couldn't even sit in 10, 11 o'clock at night. My phone is still ringing, people coming by. I'm like,
sure.
I'm like,
busy.
No, my dad. They had moved him into, what do you call it, comfort care. Then they took him into hospice. And then, all the vultures come out. I want this, right. I want that. I can't hardly hear this morning on his phone. let me go get on the laptop so I can hear you because I can't hear you on my
Okay,
phone.
call me back when you're on the laptop.
All right.
All right. Okay. And everybody else, you can call in too, by the way. If you don't have the link to the stream, you want to call in and talk about Israel. You want to talk about politics in the country. You want to talk about what's going on. So, by the way, if I can leave you with that message just about the removal of McCarthy, it's not chaos. They want to paint a picture that the Republicans are in chaos. They're not. It's procedural, and it's allowed, and it's part of the process that's written down. They have the right to do that. If they were in chaos, they wouldn't be able to follow procedure at all. They're not in chaos. And I think this is going to be taken care of pretty shortly. I'd like to see Jim Jordan become the Speaker of the House. And at the same time, you've heard that they've asked if Trump can come in as a temporary Speaker of the House. I'm not against that. What a great platform for his campaigning. That's for sure. You put Trump in as Speaker of the House, he'll clean shit up. Let's get going. Let's do what we got to do until they get a new person put in. And so Morgan Snow says gas prices will go up even more on the basis of what, Morgan? I'm missing some of the conversation here, I realize, but not sure what that's based on. Israel, you talking about? I see Uncle John is waiting in the wings. He doesn't look quite ready to come on yet, though. His camera's going all over the place. Wave at me when you're ready, Uncle John. I can bring you in. Oh, there he is. I guess he's ready. Boom. Uncle John, how you doing?
Still tired.
Uncle John Potter. And here's Michael is back, too. So,
All right.
Hello, Michael.
How you doing, Uncle John?
I'm trying to wake up.
Matthew Sainsbury says, Israel, that's the serious crisis in the headlines. Some are saying it's the worst attack on Israel since the Yom Kippur War of 1973. And that's true. That's what Israel is saying. So Israel can take care of business. I guarantee it. They do an awful lot of holding back from what their capabilities are.
Yeah, if Israel ever unleashed its true military might, their land would grow naturally.
Yep.
But no, it's like I said, it's been a rough couple of days, and like I said, even the other night, I thought I could sit down, and just talk, have a conversation, and then somebody pulls in, I leave my phone here. Then next thing you know, my phone is screaming right here beside my mic, and I'm like, oh my God, Christ, it's crazy. It's just, but like I said, I think it's a trickle down. These people always want a handout. Then when they see something might be coming up for grabs, it has trickled down from the top to the bottom because, like, you have people showing up saying, "Hey, what do you think about this?" I said, "Damn, they're not dead or cold yet."
Right.
Basically, off. You know what I'm saying? Well, I just like to throw my hat in the ring. I'm thinking, used to common decency to be like, oh well, what's an appropriate amount of time? People don't have any values of appropriate amount of time anymore. And
hey, let me ask you.
I think it comes from the culture we live in. Like you said, they show up to the border. Oh, here.
Let me ask both of you, since you're on there, and everybody listening, you have an opinion on this. What's the difference between aid to Ukraine and aid to Israel?
Because you froze up for a second.
I froze up? What's the difference, everybody, between us, the U.S. giving aid to Israel, and the U.S. giving aid to Ukraine? Is there a difference in that? Because Israel's been an ally for a long time, the United States is saying we should be giving some aid to Israel in this. But then you've got the same people are saying no more aid to Ukraine, at least not right now. What do you think?
I think the level of corruption is different between both nations because, if you want some corrupt, underhanded shit done, you go to Ukraine. They prove that with, with the whole, what was it? Oh, your daddy's the vice president, so we're going to let you be a CEO on our energy conglomerate,
Sure.
and they always said that Ukraine was the place you laundered money. And I see that, but Israel is pretty by the book, stand up, they have been a fierce, ally for since what, 1947 or something like that. It's whenever Israel, I forget when they officially made them a country, but the Israelis has never done anything corrupt or crooked towards our country. They've always had our back, and like I said, and a lot of times I do think that our policies are what keep Israel on their leash because what was it? The 9-day war or something like that. Every airplane that I think is like 5-on-1. Yeah, 6-day war. Every airplane they sent up got shot down. Every time
the Wall Street Journal says that Hamas says that the attacks on Israel were backed by Iran. A spokesman for Hamas, Ghazi Hamad, told the BBC that the militant group had received support from its ally Iran for its surprise attacks on Israel. And others have helped too, he told the broadcaster without naming who the other ones were. So you've got Hamas is saying that it was Iran. Let's see. That was through the Wall Street Journal. You've got Politico saying Iran's support for Hamas fans suspicion it's wrecking Israel's Saudi deal. Tehran's remarks are going to feed the speculation that Iran is whipping up conflict to prevent a U.S. brokered normalization of Saudi-Israel ties. That's something Trump started working on. And they're trying to be a wrench in the gears. Iran is. They don't want to see the Saudis and Israel strike a deal and strengthen their ties together. So it's all about control and power in that region.
There has never been peace in that region.
That region would never have.
Yeah, John. There's never been peace in that region.
The closest person to get peace in the Middle East was Trump.
I remember talking, and I've mentioned this on the show before. It was several years ago now. By several, I mean probably less than 10 or around 10 years ago. I got in one of these chat groups, which I used to be a lot more active in, where I talked to a couple of members of Hamas. And I don't know if it was Hamas or ISIS, but I was talking to somebody that at least supported them. And he was obviously Arabic, from an Arabic nation, a Muslim nation. As we were talking, I started asking him. I said, I'm an American. I said, I don't understand your need to want to continue this conflict with Israel. And he gave his spouting off his stuff. And I said, what it came down to, it finally came down to, I said, does Hamas or ISIS, I can't remember which group he was now. I said, do you value the lives of your children? Well, yes, of course we do. And we talked, but we have to separate those things. And I said, but do you realize you're teaching your children to hate and to kill and to die? I said, why don't you teach your children to love, to seek peace, and to live? I said, I don't understand that. And you're going to be hard pressed to convince. And we weren't arguing. We were actually conversing in an open channel. And other people were saying things too. But I said, I want to understand your motivations and what makes you do what you do. I said, my motivation would be to have peace and for my children to live in peace and to be safe. I said, and to not grow up wanting to hate someone. I saw it was former Prime Minister of Israel, Golda Meir. She said, I saw a quote of hers a long time ago, and she said, the Palestinians love, let's see, what was it? Value their hatred of Israel more than they love their children. It was something very profound like that. I'm going to see if I can find it. Golda, I can't remember how to spell her last name.
What was that other quote? Got that Medal of Honor winner give? He said, we don't want war and all this other stuff, but he basically told them, but if you start shit with us, somebody else will raise your sons and daughters. And most people don't want that. And I tell them,
well, that's it. Don't start shit with us. We don't want this, but if you start shit with us, we'll finish it.
Yes, it's the old thing that we have here. It's the fuck around and find out clause. You fuck around, you find out, And that's the reason I started thinking about Florida. Florida has the castle doctrine. They have that whole mentality.
Sure.
If you want something crazy to go on, do it in Florida. Because they'll ride an alligator out to whip your ass. They don't care. And
here's some things Golda Meir said. She said, one cannot and must not try to erase the past merely because it does not fit the present. Yeah. She said, we can forgive the Arabs for killing our children. We cannot forgive them for forcing us to kill their children. We will only have peace with the Arabs when they love their children more than they hate us. That's the quote. I'm going to repeat that again. Golda Meir, former Prime Minister, the late and former Prime Minister of Israel, said, we can forgive the Arabs for killing our children. We cannot forgive them for forcing us to kill their children. We will only have peace with the Arabs when they love their children more than they hate us.
That quote should be on a t-shirt.
Yeah, it should be. That was Golda Meir.
There's no money made in peace, Scotty. There's no money made in peace. I forget what the president was right after World War II, but he said we have created a multi-headed monster. Talking about the military-industrial complex.
Yep.
And he said, was it Eisenhower? I forget which one it was. Like my mind's about this long this morning. But he told him, he said, we have to be very cautious of what we created because they made war profitable. And you have all these people. And, the military-industrial complex has a lot of sway. And even to the private contracting section. If you didn't want to put real troops on the ground, you'd get retard guys and you'd put them in a different uniform and they'd work through like Blackwater, Dynacorp, and all these other things. And they was basically off the book mercenaries. And with that,
that's an old story.
Then you think about it. Then what was the group out of the Wagner group out of Russia? And everybody's like, oh, well, I don't know why he's using it for, or he had guys that was soldiers for profit. They got their ass handed to them in Syria because they messed with the wrong general. Because Trump called Madison and said, hey, turn them into red mist. And they did. And if you ever see the story of the guys who made it out of there, he said, we did not know how, where it was coming from and how bad it was. And basically, they was covered up, they was rubbing, they was getting hit with more things than they could rub off. But that's the same reason a lot of these, we have set a standard.
Sure.
If you don't want to put your guys on the ground, you can go to a third party contractor and say, hey, it wasn't us. Plausible deniability, cover that own ass first. Good old boy, whatever logic. But
by the way, Golda Meir also said, if we have a choice between being dead and pitied and being alive with a bad image, we'd rather be alive and have the bad image.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a Palestinian people, she said. It is not as if we came and threw them out and took their country. They didn't exist as a people. Morgan Snow just asked something about, let me go back. I got to see what you said again, Morgan. You had asked, where was it? Did the UN give the land to Israel after World War II? And where are they now? First of all, when Israel came and established the state of Israel, the Palestinians didn't have a country there.
No.
It was a dust bowl. And for about 50 to 100 years prior to World War II, Jews had been going over to the land of what was Israel, was Palestine under the British mandate from the late 1800s, but made into Palestine. It wasn't a country. It was a region. And so they started going over and settling in, if you read about it, the kibbutzes, the communal farms, where Jews would just come over from all different parts of the world just to live on these farms and start to green up Israel, try to bring back, and it wasn't known as Israel, but it was their ancestral lands. And so they would go back there.
To the promised land.
And yes. And as when World War II came, after the war, they started, the Jews started en masse going to what is now Israel. They would hop those big boats, those big tankers and ships, and they would run them aground on the east coast of the Mediterranean, the east coast of Israel. And the people would spread out and they go to the kibbutzes and they'd start to, but then of course the British started rounding them up, all these concentration camp survivors, war from the Nazis on the Jews. And right after the war, they'd go to Israel and Britain would round them up and put them in detainment camps because they didn't know what to do with them. It wasn't to be cruel like the Nazis were. It wasn't to wipe them out, but it was like from the pot to the frying pan. And eventually the politics of all that, it was people like Golda Meir, Ben-Gurion. I'm trying to think of some of the men off the top of my head. Who was the military leader? He looked like a bit like Yul Brynner with an eye patch. He was the military general for Israel. All of these guys started forming a government, and they applied to the United Nations to be recognized as a state. And so the state of Israel was recognized in 1948. And,
I believe it was Truman who threw the weight of our opinion behind that.
Yes. And I brought this up before. If you want to read a really good book, it's a novel, but it's a really good book about the establishment of the state of Israel. It's been made into movies. The book Exodus.
That is excellent.
Leon Uris, U-R-I-S, Leon Uris. And he's written a lot of fantastic books in his lifetime. But Exodus was about the establishment of the state of Israel. And in the movie was made in, I think, and this shows you how old the novel is. The movie was made in the late 50s or the early 60s.
Yeah.
Where Paul Newman played the main character. Ben-Ari was his name. David Ben-Ari. I think it was David Ben-Ari. And talks about the establishment of the state of Israel. A really good book if you want to learn your history and enjoy a good novel, or the movie. You can get the movie and watch it. The movie, I remember I watched the movie after I read that book, and I was disappointed in the movie. I mean, because
doesn't that always happen?
It just didn't cover the details of the book like the book can. But the movie was fantastic. But
I was going to say, before
I didn't like it in comparison to the book. Read the book, Exodus.
Before I have to jump off around the public
Moshe
school
Dayan, Matthew.
to get educated, Morgan Snow said war is always profitable, except for the people who have to rummage through the rubble. And I have saw that, and war is not profitable for everybody. I saw
Mhm.
young soldiers that came from nothing that, joined the army to get a better life. If you're E1, E2, E3 with no time in service, and a lot of these guys, it was within a year from the time they joined until they was on an airplane in a host nation doing, something better for their family. And I know what they made a month. They wasn't making no money. So it's always the powers to be. Usually the instigator has something to gain to make a profit. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And that's like there's a thing about Iran that started some stuff with a mine that blew up one of our ships, and they said keep it proportional, right? And that was during Ronald Reagan. I can't remember when. I just saw a thing on that the other day, and it's like the one thing that I can say about our country is if you're going to do something to raise gas prices, you're probably going to have soldiers who look like a young me standing on your doorstep asking them why. Because the one thing that really puts a bug in everybody's ass in our country is that when they go to the pump, the gas prices go up $1. And I always said, if you really want to start some shit and pick a fight with the United States, do something to cause gas prices to go up.
Yeah.
You think about it. Iran did it by that they did something other than some kind of tankers, the Saudi tankers or whatever. So they said they was going after the Saudi tankers, and they accidentally like blew up one of our cruisers or whatever. They limped it back, and next thing you know, their whole navy was wiped out in 8 hours. It's like,
Sure.
yeah, it's like what's the war? It's like I can't remember if it's the Chinese guy who wrote it or whatever. It's like the Art of War or whatever, another about
Sun Tzu.
cut supply lines and all that. That's all well, good, and true until you try to raise gas prices in America. You start cutting off the gas line supply, people pay more at the pump. The natives get restless. The next thing you just got what is it? What was it? He said you just become you just got American Amazon Express right to your door in 48 hours or less. And I'm like, yep, that's about how it works. But like I said, it's all about profit. It is. It's war for profit anymore. It's not. I can't think of one. I don't know. Like, and I've been there, and I've done a lot of reflecting. The older I get, and when you're young and patriotic, you will almost follow anybody that says, "Hey, we need to go do this," and you're all gun ho. And I think that's the reason a lot of times they target the youth to do that, because a lot of the older guys look back and say, "What is your selective reasoning for us to go do this?"
Sure.
And
Moshe Dayan, by
there's
the
a-
way, he went on to become the Minister of Defense of Israel.
yeah, Morgan said, he said, my youngest son is in the Army. Like I said, the reason I joined the Army was for a better life. You know what I'm saying? I grew up on a poor, dirt ass farm, not two nickels rubbed together. And that guy said, we will pay you every 2 weeks. We will buy you clothes and make sure you eat. And I thought, well, hell, I've got my adult, and, I've got my career plan figured out. Which, I enjoyed my time in the Army. I love my brothers and sisters that are still in uniform and the ones who are not in uniform no more. Talk to them daily. And it's a brotherhood. And you make friends there that you never forget about. So it is what it is.
I believe I read this book a long, long time ago. No, I read Golda Meir's book, her autobiography. But there was a book written about her, The Only Woman in the Room, by Benina Lahav. Wrote about her rise to power. But you want to read about some people. Read about Moshe Dayan. Read about Ben Gurion. Read about Golda Meir. Do you know who played Golda Meir? Golda Meir was not a. Can I say this? Golda Meir was not a pretty woman. She looked like what you would think of as your typical, almost third world type of babushka.
Yeah.
She was
That was the word
She
in
was
my head.
craggy and jowly and overweight, and but World War II era was her prime, and she became the prime minister sometime after Ben Gurion. But I think Ben Gurion, and didn't Moshe Dayan become prime minister too after he was defense minister? And then Golda Meir in the 70s, I think she was, the 60s and the 70s, somewhere in there. But do you know who played her in a miniseries on television I want to say it was in the 80s. It was based on Golda Meir's book, My Name is Golda, or I Am Golda, or something like that, her autobiography. Of all people that played her and did a fantastic job was the same woman who was in the movie Casablanca with Humphrey Bogart, Ingrid Bergman, who is considered one of the most beautiful women in film. And as she got older, and she, of course, played the part of Golda Meir, she looked the part too. And you should look that up. Ingrid Bergman as Golda Meir. And that was some good casting, but she did a great job. I remember watching that miniseries when it came out. Now, many of you who are my age will remember these people and these names.
I don't know. You're pretty old, Scotty.
Some of them don't even know who these people were.
I don't know.
They don't know them by name. And
Manny Uncle John. Me and Uncle John ain't that old yet.
Yeah. So Ingrid Bergman did a fantastic job playing Golda Meir. Didn't really look like her, but was a beautiful woman, made herself to look like her. So good stuff. I thought Leonard Nimoy was in that miniseries too, as her husband. As well, no, Leonard Nimoy was a Jewish man. William Shatner was Jewish too. So you had William Shatner and both
a good deal of the cast and a lot of Jewish philosophy ran through the entire Star Trek.
Yeah.
Hogan's Heroes had every one of them that played Nazis or whatever in the concentration camp. They was all Jewish.
Right. Oh, we got Captain Barbados waiting in the wings. Let's bring him in. There he is.
Virtually.
Morning, Captain.
Yeah. Thanks for putting that quote on Golda Meir on the chat as well, Scotty. It was a very good quote. Yeah, because she was a very wise leader. Facing a time when Israel was facing a threat by several Arab nations. So to be handling all of that, she really faced a lot.
She was basically, you think of Margaret Thatcher, Reagan's counterpart when she was Prime Minister of England. Golda Meir was pretty much the Iron Maiden of Israel.
That way.
Oh yeah.
So she was an impressive woman. Remarkable woman.
I'll try to call you back in the truck because I got to get going to puppy school. Because if I'm late,
you go have fun at puppy school.
Yeah, Mike.
I'll call you back when I get in the truck.
Don't pick on the other dogs.
Oh no! They got this other dog in there. She's really smart. She makes me and that other dog, or me and Poseidon look like damn Jethro Bodine. We're just sitting there going
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll get you back in the truck. But I was going to say that before Morgan Snow said that she tried to talk her son out of joining me to no avail. And I'm going to say my mom did also. My dad wasn't a fan. And the day I joined, I remember what he told me. And like that, right now I'm dealing with my dad dying. And there's a lot of emotions and things that I hadn't dealt with or processed in 51 years. And I remember what he told me was the day I finally signed my papers, raised my hand and all that. He said, I hope you got what you're looking for. Kind of a smart ass side,
Nice.
And I told him, I said, goddamn right I did. I said, I've been fighting this for a year to get in here. And I said, and I'm going to make the best of it.
There you go.
And but that was kind of what it was. He's like, I hope you got what you was asking for. I know exactly what I was asking for.
Hell yeah.
Anywhere but here, And if I had to do whatever, I was willing to do that. And I don't know her situation with her son, but a lot of times people just like to serve their country. They want to be patriotic. And it's like a big football team that all wears green. And that's what I tell these people. I was taught from day one in the Army, there's no white, black, yellow, orange, whatever. Everybody's green. Everybody to your left and your right is your brother, your
It's
sister.
not easy being green.
It's not
I love
easy.
that song.
Green's the color of so many other ordinary things in the world.
Oh yeah. Hey, what makes the grass grow? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Oh, we can't even say that no more. It's politically correct on now.
Captain Barbados is back. There he is.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. My
I'll
audio
jump
started to give up.
I'll jump on when I get in the truck, Scotty.
Oh, Helen Mirren playing Gold in My Ear now. Another
Okay.
hot actress from the 70s and the 80s becoming Gold in My Ear. I wonder what movie
right.
what movie is that, Sandra? We'll see you, Michael. You have a good time with the pup.
Yeah,
Like I
okay.
said, I'll get you back when I get in the truck.
All right. See you later.
Okay. But John had a good point. That land has had a lot of conflict throughout history, from the Egyptians to the situation between the Canaanites and all these other groups, the Persians and the Greeks, the Seleucids and the Ptolemies, Romans, and all that stuff. It's been through a lot.
Hey, you two talk for a minute. I'm
Yeah.
going to go get some more coffee. I haven't warmed up this coffee since I started the show. So I'll be right back.
It's interesting. Back when the Equal Rights Amendment was being debated, I had a woman in college who told me that conservatives hated women and we would never accept women as a leader. And I said, who tells you this stuff? We would now call them talking points.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I don't understand how you people can say that. And I listed off, people through history, women who had led nations and led them in times of war. That did eminent jobs, and Golda Meir was one of them. And I said, what we want are people with good ideas and competence.
Mm-hmm.
And when you waste your time assigning us all these things that you hate instead of listening to what we're saying,
yes,
we're never going to have a well-run country because of the suspicion that you cast into everything.
Right. Misogynistic type of views that people had, for sure.
Well, they assign that to us when it isn't what the reasons are. It's a sad state of affairs.
Yeah, because I watched a documentary with Raini. He has these nice documentaries called Ancient Mysteries and so. And he tends to show that in some cultures, like before the patriarchal system, they had a lot of, goddesses in the ancient world that were around, that seemed to be quite more prominent. But as time went on, these deities start to become taken over by more patriarchal systems. That's one of the things Larry Nimoy was talking about his documentary. It's kind of cool.
We had some of our women leaders just the other day who were saying that people she disagreed with needed to go into camps to be re-educated.
Yeah, people say things, boy. They go too far with what they say.
Sad state of affairs.
Because I know the Japanese Americans, they had a lot to deal with too during World War II, because some of them were blamed for the attack on Pearl Harbor, and they put into these detained camps and so on.
Oh, yeah.
To this day, people are affected by that.
Coffee. Cheers.
Yeah.
We were just had segued into Japanese Americans interned.
Yeah, internment camps. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that went on here. And of course, you have to look at that and you go, we can understand the mindset that did that. What do you do? I know the government was afraid of Japanese nationals living here. Some were even citizens that I know, know who talks about this a lot, who I do not like politically
George Takei.
at all, but George Takei, who played Sulu in Star Trek.
Oh, absolutely.
His family was interred.
He went through
interred, and back during World War II, when he was a little kid. So he speaks a lot to that. I don't agree with him politically, but I like his what he has to say about the Japanese internment camps. His reciting of the history of what he went through.
Good swordsman too.
Yeah,
in one scene anyway. So
I understand that was a personal hobby of his.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I may have heard that and did not retain that.
Yeah. The
hey, Adriana Metz over in the chat room. Good to have you this morning.
We got started down that road because I was talking about all of the competent women in history who'd led nations even in times of war.
Sure.
Yes. There was even an African queen. There was even an African queen that fought against the Romans. Mani Shiketo. She ran in Kush, just north South Egypt. She defeated the Roman army, even cut off the statue of Augustus and took it to her temple. And then she and Augustus later made a peace treaty, and it fell right through for centuries. Yeah.
Well, we've all known for a very long time that that women are just as capable in leadership roles as men. I don't think they're more or less than each other. I think it depends on the individual. And does the individual have the ability to lead, have the ability to make good decisions? I think that crosses the sexual boundaries. You can have really stupid men who are leaders, and you can have really stupid women who are leaders, and vice versa, and the other way around. So
we've got some now.
We do. And I obviously believe that it doesn't matter what sex you are, what gender you are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even want to use the word gender anymore. It's been so changed. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. If you have the ability to lead, you have the ability to lead. And if you're qualified, you're qualified. I may agree or disagree with your politics, but that doesn't mean I think you don't have the ability. And I will never criticize a woman just for being a woman. It's like I look at Kamala Harris, terrible choice for women in office. If you want to say that would govern the way people think about having a woman in office, she has done harm, irreparable harm to having women in high office. But there are other women who do that justice. So
several of them are governors.
Yeah.
You had Elizabeth Warren ran for president too, but she never made it. So.
Exactly. Thank you, Morgan Snow, for agreeing with me. You can stay for a while.
There's another lady too that is quite knowledgeable.
Men should be the leaders, period. Well, men can be leaders, but there's some awfully bad men leaders too.
Absolutely.
There's another lady too that was running for office. She's quite knowledgeable. I think her name is Tulsi Gabbard. I think that's her
Tulsi
name.
Gabbard. I really like Tulsi Gabbard.
Yes, I find that she knows foreign policy and she understands things quite well. So
I'd have voted for her if it came down to it. I'd have voted for Tulsi Gabbard. I had no problem with Tulsi Gabbard at all. I still don't. I would love to see her run with Trump or run with somebody or run again and be considered. She's probably found that running for office, she's found that doing what she's doing now, her radio show and all of that, is probably making for a better living and a better existence.
Yeah, because I hear her make a remarkable, if America gets involved in foreign wars, like removing dictators, you got to look and see what comes after that, because the instability in those countries creates a climate that can be very dangerous to what happens afterwards. So she's very wise on that.
I agree with you, Susie Q. We need strong men to lead our boys. I do believe that. I don't believe we should only have men to be leaders, though. I think we need men to lead boys, though. I think boys need mentors in men. This was one of the reasons when they first, I hinted at this very early on in the show, talking about Ellery being in Boy Scouts. Well, it's the BSA. She's in Scouts. She's in the girls' troop of Scouts. And they can be integrated or they can be either integrated in or they can have their own troop, their own pack. And I didn't like it at first when the Boy Scouts opened that up to girls. The Cub Scouts, our boy was in Cub Scouts, and our girls were in Girl Scouts. Rainey liked it because she said Girl Scouts. Now, this is Rainey's opinion, folks. But just so there's no Girl Scout supporters out there that get all up in arms. But I watched it through Rainey, and Rainey said Girl Scouts was all girls doing arts and crafts and selling cookies. And Boy Scouts was all about going out in the woods and learning how to build a fire and camping and survival skills and fun skills for life. And she said, why can't the girls do that? And now Rainey wasn't an advocate pushing for it, but she said, I think this is a good thing that they've opened it up to the girls. And I was reluctant at first because, Susie, I said the same thing. I said, boys need men to mentor them. And men are better mentors of boys. And just like women are better mentors of girls. It's just the way it is. And it's the wanting to dumb down the differences between men and women that I think is behind the movement that really pushed that into being. That girls have to be part of everything the boys are part of. I don't believe in that. Maybe that's where you and I really agree on that, Susie. Just because a boy is part of an organization doesn't mean a girl has to be too. And there shouldn't be some kind of discriminatory law that says they need to be.
They don't do a lot of advocating that boys should join all the women's groups.
Yep. Yeah.
And I think that's telling to their agenda, but
yeah.
I see no reason why there couldn't be organizations where both interact together, or whether two groups like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts do things together.
Yeah.
Because that's an important socialization too.
Right. Well, and I do have an issue with males claiming that they're females and joining women's sports and beating the shit out of them and winning all the awards. It's because they're male. They have a male body. They have male metabolism, male physiology, male musculature. And
the people who always advocated for women are now championing these people over the biological women.
Yep.
And I'm going like,
that's the greatest.
How can you look at that and not see the illogic?
Yep. I agree.
I could end it all tomorrow. Declare that Title IX says if you're going to have, for these genders, it's essentially, it says what you do for one gender, you have to do for the other. Go, okay, Title IX settles the issue. All these trans people will compete in their own leagues. And the other people will be together in their own gender leagues. And it'll be a level playing field for everyone.
Yes. Adriana Metz says Ukrainian scouts, recognized by the International Scouting Council, always had men and women, boys and girls in one organization. They're under one umbrella, but the boys have their groups and the girls have their own. It's like Raini, my wife. Those of you who don't know, Raini is my wife. She does this show with me, as you can tell. She is leader of the girls pack in our local Boy Scouts, BSA. And that's what Ellie is part of and Rowan is part of. And so she's a leader of that pack and the scout master, I guess you'd call her, of that pack. And she does find sometimes, even in our little tiny town here, some of the guys kind of, you can tell they kind of kick about her being a leader. And I look at that and I see, I'm from way on the outside because I don't participate on the inner workings of all that. It's kind of Raini's thing, and she does it. She enjoys it. And she did it so she could be with our kids doing while they were in Scouts. And she sees it and she grouses about some of the stuff she has to run into and deal with. There are some guys that are in the men's group that are good men. And I always saw them as good men. But you come to learn by watching them for a few years, these guys are as misogynistic as they come. And they don't like you know what? But they're good mentors to their boys. But are they teaching the boys? Not outwardly going, now, boys, here's how you be a misogynist. It's not they're teaching that. It's by certain attitudes and things they do. I believe in equality between the sexes. But I also believe that women do things better than men, and there are things that men do better than women. You know what? Women are always going to be better moms than men because women can have children, and women were physiologically predisposed to be moms. Now you're going to have a lot of people that will come like, oh, you can't say that. Yeah, I can, because it's the truth. And dads are not physiologically predisposed to be good moms. We can be good dads, but we're not good moms. I was a single dad, as you all know, of my older 3 kids. I was never a replacement for their mom, but I was a damn good dad. So women do not build bridges, says Susie Q. They don't build sewers and tunnels underground. They're not iron workers and bricklayers. Girls really don't want to do that. They can. Susie Q, that's a general statement. I realize that. And
there's a lot of engineers.
Statement. Yeah, women can be engineers and engineer that shit. Women could, and I think this is a physiological difference. Men are better at hefting and toting and building heavy things than women are. They're physiologically predisposed to be that. They're bigger, they can have, and so on. We all know the arguments for it. So I don't think we need to dumb down the end result in order to get to the equality of having both being able to do the same thing. You don't dumb it down. It's like if you have to lower the weight that a fireman or a firewoman can carry in a unconscious body, you got to lower that weight in order for a woman to be able to handle it and pass the test. What good is that doing when she runs across the real person who weighs more? Physiological predisposition. Yeah, we need the man because they're freaking strong, says Susie Q. Exactly. So, Morgan Snow said in Germany, they made a special class just for trans swimmers, and nobody showed up. That's because
I think that's what would happen here.
Yep, that's exactly what would happen.
They couldn't compete in the men's, so in order to get their golden trophy for participating, they said, "Oh, I'm a woman."
That's it. I would rather not win a prize that way, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Susie Q says, I tried to be all tough, and I broke my body trying to keep up with the boys. Yeah. Now, my wife Raini can pick up a sofa and heft it at you. She's a pretty strong person, physically strong. She would be like that farm girl stock, toting the bales and throwing them. Raini's a strong person. But Raini also has female qualities because she's all female. She's all woman. That would break her down easier. So could she compete with a male in the same categories? Probably not. But she's very strong. It doesn't diminish her ability to have strength. So, we got Michael back here. There's Michael driving.
Yeah, I'm driving. Yeah, I'm in the big old black beast right now.
All right.
Another thing you can say to start an argument is that men and women approach problems differently.
They do.
They don't think the same.
Oh, I said
And
that the other day.
as
And,
though that's a bad thing.
Right.
What makes it possible? Well, there's two sides to this coin, but one of the great things about marriage is you have two partners who look at the world a little differently, and you have to work out how you're going to proceed. And I think that is a positive. I don't always enjoy that part, but it's always a positive in the end.
Yeah. Rainey and I, we have different ways of approaching the same thing. Sometimes she's right. She likes to be right all the time. That's the problem with my wife. So, but don't we all? We all like to be right. Our biggest arguments come, Rainey and I, when it's all about nothing bullshit, because we're arguing who's going to be right about something, not whether or not the end result is. We don't argue about end results. We argue about process.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like I put up that video. It was tongue in cheek the other day, but some comedian talking about when I got married. He says, "Men, when we get married, we marry our little helpers." And he says, "I got my little helper when I drive." He says, "Why, if I didn't," and it's got the woman, you know, and she's laughing. And he says, "My wife is my little helper." He says, "Why, if I didn't have her when I was driving, I'd be running into trees and driving into buildings. Why, I wouldn't even be able to tell when the light changed green without my little helper in the car." And, you know, this is the truth. This is the truth. This is the way we are, men and women. Now, not all women are that way. Not all men are that way. Maybe there's some men out there that need their wives to tell them, hey, the light turned green. You can go now. My wife just tells me because she's there. Hey, it's green. Yeah, I know. I saw it. Hey, there's a car coming. I know, honey. I see it. Or, you know, you're doing this or you're doing that. And I said, honey, I've been driving for 50 years, almost 50 years. I know how to drive. Just, you know.
I'm having that conversation with my father, and he's not happy.
But my wife likes to drive for me. And sometimes I just let her drive. I don't let her. I just go, you want to drive or should I drive? She goes, I'll drive. I go, okay. You know how I handle it when my wife is driving? I don't pay attention. She's driving.
Hey, you know what you do when a woman's driving in the car? You get in, you buckle up, put on your helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Read a book.
There you go.
That way you don't see the
put on
crash
my dead set headphones. And no, I don't do that because she needs to hear me, but I'll read my emails. If I'm backing out of a spot at a parking lot and I'm driving, Rainey's in the passenger seat going, looking to make sure I'm not hitting anything. I'm like, honey, I know how to back up a car. Yeah, well, you backed into a pole that one time. Yeah, we were dating. And that's the only accident I've had since we've known each other is I accidentally hit a pole. What was it? One of those little poles, the reflector on the top. And I was looking out this side and I didn't see it on that side. And I accidentally, at the end of the driveway, took out the tail light on that thing. Oh, and I didn't see it. That's Uncle the John only accident I've had in the 18 years Rainey and I have been together. But you know what I hear all the time? You backed into that pole that one time. Honey, it was an accident.
You know, Uncle John brought up a good point, talking about compete against whatever. There was a guy who went to Canada and he told him, you know, he looked like me, you know, buzz cut and all that. And he said, well, I need to compete. I identify as a woman because this other good trans dude had been showing up, beating the snot out of these women. Then when this other guy showed up who wasn't in drag, went up there and showed him, hey, this is, you know, if you're going to play by these rules, let me show you what you can lift, right? Because the weightlifter that had been going up there to do it was a mediocre male weightlifter. But, you know, a mediocre male weightlifter can beat the bejesus out of, you know, a great female weightlifter. So this guy went up there, took all their medals. Then the guy who had been beating up all the women come out and said, it's not fair. He only identifies as. And I thought, you don't like it when you get dealt your same, it's almost like, oh, these rules are for me. I want my rules, but you cannot play by my rules. It's almost like, and he said, I just don't think I can compete anymore. It's basically like Cartman said on South Park. I want to take my ball and go home.
Yeah.
There you go.
There it is.
Oh,
well, you go have a good puppy class, puppy.
He is ready to go.
Right on.
But let's go in here and get some treats and walk around and see if his boy's smart enough to graduate today.
And go have some fun.
All right, Brother Scotty, Uncle John.
See you, Michael. Have a
See you,
good day. Have fun. All right. So there, I think we've resolved the whole male-female thing now.
I think so.
And don't anybody, to use proper English, don't nobody leave this show and go, oh, Scotty's such a misogynist. No, I'm not. I believe women are just as important as men and vice versa. I believe they don't have to prove that they're just as good as the opposite sex, though, because they already are. They're made to do different things physiologically, and that's okay to recognize. And I got to tell you, I'd rather have a feminine female than a masculine female. So it's my preference, and we'll leave it at that. Everyone has their roles to play. We need feminine women and masculine men. Damn straight, Susie Q. I agree. So, and at that, I think we've almost exhausted
that topic.
We've reached that plateau in the conversation of, well, we could keep talking about Israel. We could keep talking about this. We could keep talking about that. But let's just kind of leave it where it is.
There was another movie that had a Golda Meir in it, and that was The Sword of Gideon, which was about the retribution taken by Israel after the Munich massacre.
Oh, yeah. In 72, wasn't that?
Yeah.
And Tabe, I can't remember what was the name of that incident. Was it the Olympic incident in Germany?
The Olympic one, where they came in and kidnapped the Israeli team.
Yes, I remember that when it happened.
Yeah.
I was in middle school when that happened. So we heard about that in school. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see where things go in the world right now. If the world's going to come to an end, it's going to come to an end for people. Because we'll wipe each other out with scant few survivors, and it'll restart. World is safe. I'm not worried about the greenness of the planet or because you know what, we could even wipe that out and it's going to survive us and grow. Earth is going to survive us. It's can we survive each other? And everybody wants to rule everybody else. So
Heinlein
we should have aliens that come into our sphere of existence to prove to us that we're the small people on the block. We're the small. Maybe we're the new kids on the block, and we don't have the power, and we better coalesce and come together.
Heinlein's book, "The Moon is a Harsh Mistress," pointed out that every time people form a government, they immediately start passing laws on people whose lives they don't approve of.
Right.
As opposed to just going, and moving on.
Yep. There you go, Matthew Sainsbury. There's even a verse in the scripture which says, one generation comes and goes, but the earth abides forever.
There we go.
Isn't that the truth? So, all right, folks, I think we're going to start wrapping it up. It's 10:45, and I have things to do today. I got to finish our floor. We've had our floor torn up in the living room for 3 weeks now, and we bought all our flooring 3 weeks ago. We've got about half of it down, and it's just time. We're all so busy trying to make a living and keep things going, and Raini's busy. I'm busy. Her mom came over and helped us the other day. Thank God. That helped us get to halfway point in the living room. So we've got the rest of the other second half of the living room and down the hall to finish up. And then that's done. I'm going to see how far I can get with that today. And it looks really simple, you know. It's just laying down boards and snapping them together. They all piece together with the grooves, but it's just getting it all done. You'd think it'd go lickety-split, snip, snap, snip, clip, clip, click. And it doesn't go quite that fast.
No. No.
So hopefully we'll be done with that in a day or so. See how far I can get this afternoon. So all of you, Uncle John, thanks for being here today.
Oh, glad to stop by.
And we'll be back tomorrow night. I'm going to let you go, Uncle John. You have a fun Sunday. We'll talk to you soon. And everybody else, thank you for being here today. One of these days, hopefully when we get settled down again, we can get Raini back in here on Sundays. She's just so darn busy all the time that it's just for her, she just doesn't have the time. She got so much else going on. So we got to get her. My goal is to make life so comfortable that Raini can come back in here on Sundays. She comes in when she's available at this point, which is rare. So we just keep her name in the banner because. So I want to thank you all for being here. Thanks for being part of the show. And we'll see you Monday, Wednesday, Friday this week with Intrepid Radio at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time and 10 p.m. Eastern. So in the meantime, you know what? I want you all to have a good Sunday, good rest of your weekend, and we'll take it from there. So live long and prosper.